want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials that I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change. And depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2. And he's one of the professors that teaches it. And he just really was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utangsu and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate. If you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab, you need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior.
And now for your Indiana Tech Warriors. Number 1, Allie Noack. Number 2, Lila Farrow. Number 3, Casey Kirkpatrick. Number 5, Gwen Rivas. Number 6, Allison Davis. Number 7, Taylor Hodgins. Number 9, Rhiannon McKay. Number 11, Trisha Hogarty. Number 12, Erin Closser. Number 13, Alyssa Fox. Number 15, Summer McDougal Gehrig. Number 16, Mallory Stinson. Number 17, Jessica Leonard. Number 20, Ava Baker. Number 21, Leah Ramirez. Number 24, Allie Forster. Number 26, Lily Behringer. Number 29, Audie Cabello. And now the starting lineup for your Warriors. A senior at right field from Boonville, Indiana. Number 19, Mary Troba. A junior at left field from West Lafayette, Indiana. Number 18, Kirsten Delaney. A sophomore at third base from Lowell, Indiana. Number 14, Carly Walter. A sophomore at first base from Santa Clarita, California. Number 34, Melissa Cabrera. A freshman at catcher from Ashland, Ohio. Number 55, Victoria Boyer. A junior at DP from Wooster, Ohio. Number 22, Haley Pruitt. A grad student at shortstop from San Diego, California. Number 23, Bella Brock. A senior at center field from DeMont, Indiana. Number 10, Carly Basham. A junior at second base from Elizabeth, Colorado. Number 4, Kaylee Kugler. And on the mound for your Warriors, a junior from Arroyo Grande, California. Number 8, Savannah Bravo. Indiana Tech is coached by Stephanie Zimney and assisted by Kristen Melick and Sammy Jo Mata. Now we ask that you please rise and gentlemen remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem.
Well, with that, we are just about ready for softball here on this broadcast of Indiana Tech Warriors softball. It is brought to you by SummitCitySports.com. I'm Thad Goff. My cameraman is Jaden Evans. And today's matchup is a WAC conference matchup between the Indiana Tech Warriors and the Yellow Jackets of Defiance College. Now, this is an important series for Indiana Tech, and it might not look that way if you just go by the records. Defiance is near the last place in the WAC conference. Indiana Tech is second behind Madonna, but they will play Madonna coming up tomorrow. That'll be a road series. In fact, Defiance is second to last, 1-8 in conference play, ahead of Rochester, who is 0-8 in conference play. Indiana Tech 10-2 in league play. And again, that big series against Madonna comes up tomorrow. Madonna is 8-0 in WAC conference play. That's on the road over at Livonia, Michigan. And you don't want to look ahead to the next opponent, and I'm sure that's something that head coach Stephanie Zimney has drilled into the minds of these Indiana Tech Warriors. However, because they've got such a big opponent coming up tomorrow, they want to be at their best in this particular game. Defiance only one conference win, but you can guarantee they're not going to leave anything to chance. They're going to give them everything they've got out on the field, so Indiana Tech has got to do the same. The lineup for Defiance, Allie Moen, the shortstop, leads off. She's followed by Kaylee Heath, Annika Kraft, Morgan Scott, Maddie Guggenbiller, Emma Lynn, Avery Rover, Anna Ensweiler, and Devin Hamilton. Those are the batting order for the Yellow Jackets of Defiance. And a first pitch strike taken by Allie Moen. Savannah Bravo is on the mound. She is the Warriors' leader in strikeouts this year. She has been her last two seasons. She's been a starter since her freshman year. Well, Boyer was set up off the plate that time, takes a ball just outside. That's Victoria Boyer, the catcher from Massillon, Ohio. It's clipped foul off the mask. And you may have noticed that Boyer is wearing one of those hockey-style masks. And it's not just in recent years that those have become popular in baseball and softball. We've seen those. I remember seeing those even back when I was a kid growing up in the 90s. I think Brad Osmus would wear those kind of hockey-style masks when he caught for the Astros. Flared into center field. That's playable for Basham, and Carly Basham makes the catch for the first out of the ball game. Well, that we'll see if we can't give you the defense. We'll give you the outfield for Indiana Tech. That was Carly Basham in center field. You just saw her to her left in right field is Mary Troba. To her right in left field is Kirsten Delaney. Those are the outfielders for Indiana Tech as Bravo delivers right over the heart of the plate. Victoria Boyer did have to move the glove in. She is the starting catcher. We've told you about her already. We'll tell you about the infield in a little bit. Kaylee Heath, the batter. Lines it to the left side, but that is foul. Just a little bit wide. That was dangerous territory if that had gone fair. Outfield for Indiana Tech, or rather the infield, has Melissa Cabrera at first base and Carly Walter at third. Those are the corner outfielders. Swing and a miss. Savannah Bravo with an early K. She'll face Annika Kraft, the number 3 hitter in the batting order for Defiance. First pitch swinging, and it's foul and out of play. Middle infielders for Indiana Tech, you've got Kaylee Kugler at second base and Bella Brock at shortstop. Brock's played a lot of shortstop the last couple of years, but she's played a little bit of third base as well in her career at Indiana Tech. Popped him up. Kugler going back. Troba coming in. It's Kugler who makes the play for the final out of the first. We will go to the bottom of the first inning, and we'll keep it right here as we give you the starting lineup for Indiana Tech in this game. Mary Troba's in right field. She will lead things off. She'll be followed by the left fielder, Kirsten Delaney. Third baseman, Carly Walter, bats third. First baseman, Melissa Cabrera, bats cleanup. Catcher, Victoria Boyer, bats fifth. Haley Pruitt is the designated player for this game. She will bat sixth. Bella Brock, the shortstop, bats seventh. Carly Basham, the center fielder, will bat eighth. And Kaylee Kugler, the second baseman, will bat ninth. That's the offense for Indiana Tech, the batting order. Here's the defense for the Defiance Yellow Jackets. Maddie Guggenbiller is the first baseman. At second base, it's Emma Rogers. At shortstop, it's Allie Moen. At third base, it's Kaylee Heath. Annika Kraft in left field. Avery Rover in center field. And Emma Lynn is in right field. The starting catcher is Anna Emswiller. And Devin Hamilton starts on the mound for Defiance. Devin Hamilton is in the batting order. She'll bat ninth, kind of like the old school National League lineups, if you will. Nowadays, you've got designated hitters in the National League, much like the American League. But in the old days, the National League, they allowed the pitcher to bat. And the pitcher would usually bat in the 9-hole, although some teams would bat him in the 8-hole. And I can't say I'm a fan of the title of this song, even though it is a very well-known song, Green Day's American Idiot. That's the walk-up song for Mary Troba as she leads things off. She takes the first pitch up and in for ball one. Troba has been one of the better hitters in Indiana Tech's lineup the last few years. She was not an everyday starter 2 years ago, her sophomore year. She would often start as a freshman. Not an everyday starter 2 years ago, though. But she has improved greatly since her sophomore year. Produced a lot more runs, gotten on base more consistently. And her teammates always chant, Mary had a big hit and it went over the fence. She hasn't done that yet this year. With a swing like that, you'd think she was looking to swing it over the fence, or knock it over the fence, I should say. Pitch on the way, and Troba lays down a bunt, but it's foul. That makes it a 2-strike count. 2-2 the count after Troba started off ahead 2-0. She has the second highest batting average of anybody on Indiana Tech's roster. She's batting .391. Should say second highest of all the consistent starters. Up the middle, right back at Hamilton, and she'll fire to first for the first out of the inning. That was a hard-hit ball. Hearing that ball hit bad, I thought it might get past Hamilton, but it did not. Well, here's Kirsten Delaney. She has the best batting average of all the usual starters for Indiana Tech. She's batting .391 on the year with 22 RBIs. She is the Warriors' leading run producer, and she's got 3 home runs. She takes a first pitch strike. Upstairs. Indiana Tech's in action in both baseball and softball today. Baseball team, I believe, is playing UNOH. Delaney didn't agree, but that's called strike 2, rather. Last I checked, Indiana Tech baseball team was tied with UNOH 1-1. That was a good eye. That was down and away. And, with a 2-strike count, you're looking to swing at anything close, but that was not close. That was in the opposite batter's box, and well in the opposite batter's box. On the ground, foul. Ricochets off the fence in front of the visiting dugout. Delaney having an excellent season. 431 is her batting average, rather. She's got the best batting average of anybody on the team. This would be her 22nd start of the year. Full count with 1 down here in the bottom of the first. Good eye, ball 4. That's going to send up Carly Walter. A .315 hitter on the season. She's got 20 RBIs. Walter's a sophomore out of Lowell, Indiana. And there are a few Ohio natives on the roster for Indiana Tech. One of them we'll see a little bit later in Victoria Boyer. She's in the hole right now. Obviously going up against the Yellow Jackets from Defiance, Ohio. Defiance, I think, is about an hour away from Fort Wayne, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a little closer. That one's bounced foul just past third. Kaylee Heath was playing very close to the bag over there at third. Wasn't giving her a lot of room to sneak a ground ball past her, but Walter came close to sneaking that ball over the bag, but it bounced foul to the left of the bag. 0-2 the count on Walter. Cabrera's on deck. There goes the runner. Delaney gets caught halfway, and now she goes. And the hesitation helps get her a stolen base. Emsweiler was a little confused by the hesitation there. And when Delaney took off, Emsweiler made a late throw. You normally don't want to hesitate on the base pass, but in that case it helped her. Swing and a miss, and Walter strikes out. First strikeout of the game for Devin Hamilton. That will send up Melissa Cabrera. Cabrera batting .321 on the season so far. She's got 18 RBIs this year and a scoring chance for the Warriors. There goes Delaney. Cabrera squared to bunt, but a good throw. Got her. The bunt, no trouble for Emsweiler. And they gun down Delaney going to first. That will take us to the second inning. We're back in just a minute on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
We go to the second inning. No score between Defiance and Indiana Tech. It's Morgan Scott to lead things off for the Yellow Jackets. Both teams have effectively gone 1-2-3 in the first inning. Bottom of the first inning with Kirsten Delaney getting thrown out trying to steal third. And actually, Cabrera executed that pretty well. She had the bat out in front like she was going to bunt, and usually that's a distraction to the catcher. You're allowed to do it, but it makes it harder for the catcher to get up and make a quick throw. But Anna Emsweiler made a throw down to third, and Heath was able to tag her out just in time. 1-1 the count here on Scott. Right on the corner, called strike 2. Pitch on the way, swung on and missed, way upstairs. And it's strikeout number 2 for the game for Savannah Bravo.
Now batting for Defiance number 24, Madison Guggenmiller.
Madison Guggenbiller at the plate. Pitch on its way, and that one's on the inside corner. Here's the 1-1 to Guggenbiller, and she takes it outside. Savannah Bravo comes into this game with 104 strikeouts on the season. That ball is launched to left field, but foul. There is some action in the Warrior bullpen. Looks like Allison Davis, a sophomore out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, has gone in there to throw some warm-up pitches as that ball bounces in the dirt, and we got a full count on Guggenbiller. Defiance just 8-23 on the season, but for Indiana Tech, obviously you can't overlook any opponent, especially when you've got a big opponent coming up tomorrow. Oh, that looked pretty good. It's called ball 4. And Guggenbiller walks to give Defiance their first base runner of the game. That'll send up Emma Lynn. That one's right over the plate. The 0-1 to Lynn. Popped up, and that's out of play. Pitch on the way, and that one is outside. 1-2 the count. Well, Bravo's had each of the last two hitters in a two-strike count. She walked Guggenbiller, trying to avoid a similar fate to Lynn. Popped up foul. Lynn stays alive. That probably would have been ball 2 if she had let it go. It's a bit of a break for the Warriors. Swing and a miss. Bravo battles back to get the strikeout, her second this frame. And this is Avery Rover. Brings a bat out in front like she's going to bunt. And she brought it back like she was going to swing, but she took a called strike on that pitch. 0-1 the count. Swing and a miss. The hitter on deck is Anna Emsweiler. This is Rover's first at bat. Just off the plate. Looked like they were trying to get her to chase with a 2-strike count. The approach normally needs to be that if you get anything close, you swing the bat. That was pretty close. Rover did not offer. It was outside. There's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. She did offer that time. And Bravo strikes out the side here in the second. 4 strikeouts in the game for Savannah Bravo, and we will be right back for the bottom of the second here on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, Melissa Cabrera did not get to finish her at bat last time up because Kirsten Delaney was thrown out trying to steal third. Cabrera checked swings at that first pitch. Now, what Cabrera did on that at bat was right. She squared to bunt to try and make it a slower throw from home for the catcher Emsweiler. But Emsweiler made a good throw down to third. And Kaylee Heath tagged out Delaney as she made her way towards the bag. 1-1 the count here on Cabrera. It's Melissa Cabrera, Victoria Boyer, and Haley Pruitt coming to the plate for the Warriors. On the ground towards short, backhanded at second. A second not short as Rogers makes the throw for the first out of the inning. That'll send up Victoria Boyer. Boyer hitting .306 on the season. This is her 16th start of the year. She is just a freshman, native of Massillon, Ohio, and she gets hit by the first pitch Looked like it hit her on the foot. So she'll be aboard with Haley Pruitt coming to the plate.
Now batting for warrior number 22, Haley Pruitt.
Haley Pruitt, also an Ohio native. She's from Wooster, Ohio. She takes a first pitch ball on the inside part of the plate. She's batting .296 on the season. Pruitt squares. The ball gets away. That's probably going to be a pass ball called on Emsweiler. Allows Boyer to advance to second. That one goes inside. We're seeing Hamilton start to have trouble finding the strike zone here in the second. And a 3-0 count to Pruitt with a runner in scoring position. Bella Brock is the on-deck hitter. In the dirt, ball 4. There goes the runner. She was off before the pitch, and Boyer able to steal third. An RBI opportunity for the Warriors with runners on first and third. Bella Brock coming to the plate. She's batting .273 on the year with 10 RBIs. Brock will square it a bunch. He pulls it back. Off to second goes Pruitt. Boyer will stay put. The pitch was called a ball, so Brock out ahead in the count. Got a little mound visit here for Defiance. I think that is head coach Jordan Osborne going out to have a word with her. Probably not taking her out mid at bat. However, Hamilton has had trouble finding the strike zone. Just gave up the 4-pitch walk. And that was right after hitting Boyer in the foot with the first pitch of her at bat. Right now, probably Osborne's just trying to help Hamilton find her control again. She needs to, because if Brock puts the ball in play, it's a chance at a run. Now, there is still a double play in order no longer a double play in order for Defiance. They moved the runner. Pruitt stole second. Defiance was able to prevent a double steal. But in this case, a ground ball to one of the middle infielders could get the run home. Middle infielders playing at normal double play depth, even though there is no double play in order. At least no conventional double play. But the corner infielders have crept in. Here's the 2-0. That's right over the heart of the plate. Hamilton found the strike zone that time. I'm not sure if Brock was taking all the way there, but if Zimney had the take sign on, she's probably taking it off. 2-1 the count with one down here in the second. Line but foul, and that almost hit Zimney. She just did enough to get out of the way as you hear the chatter from the Tech dugout. Can Indiana Tech cash in with runners at second and third? Bounced foul. Brock stays alive for at least one more pitch. 2-2 on the way. Bounced to short. Pruitt's going to stay at second. The run will score, and the Warriors lead it 1-0 on the sacrifice ground out. Victoria Boyer comes home, and Indiana Tech goes up 1-0. And still a chance to add some insurance as Carly Basham comes to the plate. That was a smart decision by Pruitt to hold there at second as the ball was hit to her right. Ball hit to your right, you'll want to hold at second. The ball's hit to your outside shoulder, you're good to go ahead and go. There's the 0-1 to Basham, and that's down and away. Let's look at our Indiana Tech replay. Watches Pruitt was about to go on to third, but changes her mind, goes back to second. That prevents a double play, prevents a runner being taken out of scoring position, and Bella Brock does her job in getting the run home. That pitch to Basham upstairs. It's a 2-1 count. If Basher gets aboard, Kaylee Kugler would be the next hitter. Up and in, 3-1 the count. Basham trying to make it a situation with either runners on first and second or a base hit. Could potentially bring home a run, give the Warriors a little insurance. She took it inside, ball 4. Well, that will send up Kaylee Kugler with runners on first and second.
For the Warriors, number 4, Kaylee Kugler.
The pitch to Kugler, and that is upstairs, ball 1. Well, Hamilton has struggled to find the strike zone here in the second inning. It's led to 2 walks, a hit batter. And then there was Bella Brock's RBI ground out. That's the only run of the game so far as a called strike is taken. Top of the order, and Mary Troba due up next. There's the 1-1 to Pruitt, and she takes up and away. No hits yet for Indiana Tech, but they do have the lead, 1-0. Upstairs, 3-1 the count, and you've got the top of the order due up. Mary Troba, a very dangerous hitter. And if Indiana Tech can keep the runs coming here in the second, that could be a huge boost. Bases loaded. And the top of the order is coming to the plate, Mary Troba. She does have 14 RBIs this year, and she comes up with the bases juiced. Still 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. First pitch swinging on the ground to second and through. 1 run is in. Throw to the plate. 2 runs are in. Basham comes in right behind Pruitt, and it's 2 runs on the error at second. A 3-0 lead for Indiana Tech, and they still don't have a hit.
Now for the Warriors, number 18, Kirsten Delaney.
Kirsten Delaney coming to the plate. She squares to bunt. There goes the runner, Troba, off the glove. Kugler scores. Troba's into third. Well, right now it has not been a very good inning for the middle infielders at Defiance. Emma Rogers had the ball go off her glove on Troba's at bat. And then the throw to Moen goes off her glove and into right field. That's fouled off by Delaney. 4-0 Warriors. They don't have a hit yet. Now, if they get another hit here, that would be another run. You got Troba at third with 2 down. Taken for a ball. Two one on the way. Popped up. It's playable at second, and Rogers makes the catch. Indiana Tech does not get a hit, but they get 4 runs, and we're going to the top of the third when we come back in this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
A 4-run second inning for Indiana Tech, and they don't get a hit in the inning. Pitcher Devin Hamilton struggled to find the strike zone. She ended up walking 3 batters, hit Victoria Boyer with a pitch, and then there were 2 errors committed by Defiance's corner infielders, or their middle infielders, I should say, as Bravo misses upstairs. Anna Emsweiler is the batter. She'll be followed by Devin Hamilton and Allie Moen. Moen right at the top of the order for Defiance. Sent foul and out of play off the screen. Of course, Emsweiler's high throw She tried to throw out Troba on the way to second. Sailed off the glove of Moen and into the outfield. That's what allowed the 4th run of the inning to come across the plate for the Warriors. Swing and a miss, make it 2-2. Bravo's got 4 strikeouts in the game so far. Popped up. Bravo coming in. She'll let it bounce. Miscommunication. She let it bounce. Boyer kind of half-heartedly gloved it and knocked the ball away. Looks like this will be scored as an infield single and perhaps an error on Boyer as Hamilton squares to bunt. Couldn't get the bat on it. Ball hung up there for a long time, and neither Boyer nor Bravo was able to get to it. Hamilton squares again, gets it down. Walter able to make the throw to first. One down and a runner in scoring position for the Yellow Jackets. And the top of their order comes to the plate. It's Allie Moen. She flew out to center field her first time up. And she takes that one upstairs. So that infield single by Emsweiler, that's actually the first hit of the game for either team. Indiana Tech, even with this 4-0 lead, does not have a hit. They'd been holding Defiance without a hit for the first 2 innings. Here's the 1-1. Slap the other way. Hangs up there for Troba, and she'll make the catch. Kaylee Heath is the batter now with a runner on second. Defiance looking to get a run across and get on the board. Indiana Tech trying to keep this 4-0 lead right where it is. That's called a ball. It looked pretty good. Here's the 1-0 from Bravo, and that's popped up. Still playable at this point, but it's going to drop foul. Just out of the reach of Kaylee Kugler. Count will go to 1-1. He struck out her last time up. Swing and a miss. She actually foul-tipped it into the glove. Slapped off the screen. Remains 1-2. Line drive foul. Boy, Heath got out in front of that one. Just couldn't keep it fair. It's a 1-2 count on Heath. And a scoring chance for Defiance with a runner on second. That's Anna Emsweiler who's out there at second. Off the plate, 2-2. Swing and a miss. Just got her to chase, and that ends the top of the third, a scoreless inning. Indiana Tech will come to bat when we return for the bottom of the third on SummitCitySports.com and this broadcast of Indiana Tech Warrior softball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Indiana Tech leads 4-0 over Defiance. They have not gotten a hit yet in this game. Defiance has one hit. It was an infield single. Indiana Tech got all 4 of their runs in the bottom of the second with the help of 3 walks, a hit batter, and 2 errors against the Yellow Jackets. Here's Carly Walter to lead things off. Warriors had 8 batters come to the plate in the bottom of the second. First pitch swinging, and Walter grounds it to short. Long throw for Moen, but it's in time. That'll send up Melissa Cabrera with 1 down and nobody on here in the third.
For the Warriors, number 34, Melissa Cabrera.
Down and in. Cabrera grounded out to second her first time up. She's batting .321 on the year with 18 RBIs. And she takes that one up and away, 2-0. It'll be Cabrera, then Boyer coming up for Indiana Tech this inning. Walter's already grounded out to short. On the ground the other way, and that's a base hit, or is it? It is. Emma Lynn was playing in right field, and her throw to first was almost in time to get Cabrera, but Cabrera gets a hit on the board for Indiana Tech. They'd been hitless up until that at bat. Warriors are going to courtesy run for for Cabrera. Boyer's the next batter. That's Gwen Rivas, a junior out of Azusa, California, who will serve as the courtesy runner. And here is Victoria Boyer coming to the plate.
Up for the Warriors, number 55, Victoria Boyer.
Boyer takes that one downstairs. She got hit by the pitch, and that's effectively what started the 4-run second for Indiana Tech. She came around to score the first run. That was on Bella Brock's sacrifice ground out. We also had the walk to Haley Pruitt. On the ground to third, that's a chance at 2. Throw to first, they get one, or they get one at second. The relay to first is not in time. But they get Rivas off the bases. And right now, Boyer will be the only runner on the bases right now.
Back for the Warriors, number 22, Haley Pruitt.
Haley Pruitt will come to the plate. 1 on, no, and 2 down for Indiana Tech. She walked and eventually came around to score. She scored on Mary Troba's ground ball to second that was botched into the outfield by Emma Rogers. Up and away, 2-0 the count. Pruitt awaits the 2-0. And that's on the inside corner for a called strike. In the dirt, that's going to be ball 3. Well, Devin Hamilton really struggled to find the strike zone in the second inning. That's when Indiana Tech got all 4 of their runs, and right now it's a 3-1 count on Pruitt. 3 of those Warrior runs came with 2 outs. And that's in there for a called strike. Hamilton trying to battle back and get that final out. Payoff pitch on the way, and Pruitt fouls it off to stay alive. Haley Pruitt serving as the designated player in this game. At this point, you haven't seen her in the field yet. That, of course, could change. Here's the payoff. On the ground, foul past third. Kaylee Heath not leaving a lot of space between where she stands and the third base bag. She's playing almost a foot away from the bag here with this 3-2 count. That's ball 4. And the Warriors have runners on first and second with 2 down. Bella Brock coming to the plate. That's 5 walks and a hit batter for Hamilton in this game so far, as Bella Brock will stand in to hit. Brock drove in the first run of the game, and I think she's technically got the only official RBI of the game, since she put the ball in play in a manner that allowed the runner to score. That runner was Victoria Boyer, and Boyer's currently camped out at second. On the ground, that's foul. It was gloved in foul territory by the looks of things. Had it not been gloved in foul territory, it would have been headed that way. I skimmed through the replay. Yeah, that was gloved in foul territory by Heath. It's a 1-1 count. Upstairs. Here's the 2-1. That's ball 3. Boyer started like she was going to steal, but stopped just a few feet off the bag. Pruitt remains at first as well. 3-1 the count on Brock, and I'm sure the Warriors would love another chance to load up the bases. And they will load them up. Ball 4 to Brock. Well, Jordan Osborne might be about to make a pitching change. She's going over to the umpire. We'll see what she does. She hasn't gone to the mound yet, but Hamilton has struggled to find the strike zone. Yep, Hamilton's going to be done. Defiance will make a pitching change. We'll tell you more about that when we come back here on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
And I need to correct myself. Morgan Scott has actually gone to second base. Emma Rogers is now pitching. So Scott was a designated player. Rogers moves in from second to pitch, and her first pitch to Carly Basham misses outside. Down and away, ball 2. On the ground, up the middle, base hit. That'll get 1 run home. Boyer's in. Here comes Pruitt. She scores. It's a 2-run single for Carly Basham. Just the second hit of the game for Indiana Tech, but it produces 2 runs. And the Warriors lead it 6-0 with Kaylee Kugler at the plate. And Kugler takes the first pitch downstairs. Emma Rogers, a sophomore out of Mechanicsburg, Ohio. She started this game at second base as that second pitch misses inside 2-0 on Kugler. And again, you got the top of the order due up next. Mary Troba's in the on-deck circle. Warriors have gotten 6 runs on just 2 hits, both hits coming here in the bottom of the third. Melissa Cabrera got 1, and that 2-run single by Basham was the second. Kugler's batting .310. Has 6 RBIs this year. That was a good pitch. Looked like it was right at the knees. 2-2. In the dirt, 3-2. Looked as though Rogers was starting to find her control. She just bounced that last pitch. And again, if Kugler gets on, you got the top of the order due up next. Troba reached on an error her last time up, and that error produced 2 runs with the bases loaded. Bounced foul, Kugler stays alive. Of course, from Kugler's point of view, she's probably thinking, hey, I got a runner out there on second. Why can't I get her in with a base knock? She certainly can do that. Again, she's batting .310 on the year. There's some more action in the Yellow Jackets' pen. Ball 4. That's 7 walks from Defiance's pitching staff in this game. Troba on the ground, sharply hit but fielded at second by Scott, and she makes the final out of the inning. But it's a 2-run inning for Indiana Tech. Carly Basham with a 2-run single with the bases loaded, and we go to the 4th on this broadcast of Warriors Softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
It's a 6-0 lead for Indiana Tech. They've gotten 2 hits in the ball game, both of them coming there in the third, including Carly Basham's 2-run single with the bases loaded. Here's Annika Kraft to lead things off here in the bottom of the fourth. Indiana Tech has sent 8 hitters to the plate in each of the last 2 innings. 5 of their 6 runs have come with 2 outs. On the corner, called strike. Well, one of the differences in this game is Savannah Bravo has thrown strikes. The 2 Defiance pitchers who have been on the mound have had trouble doing so. Popped up left side. Walter. Oh, she caught it! Right along the fencing. Heck of a play, Carly Walter. Here's Morgan Scott, who started this game as a designated player when Emma Rogers moved from second to the mound. Scott moved to second base. She swings at the first pitch. Sky high, but playable, and Delaney will pull it down.
Now for Defiance number 24, Madison Guggenbiller.
Madison Guggenbiller to the plate for Defiance. And they've got one of those jersey combinations that's fairly common here in Northeast Indiana. And I even know of one high school over in Northwest Ohio that has the color combination. Talking about purple and gold. In this case, it's purple, gold, and black for Defiance. Similar colors to what they have here in Indiana at New Haven High School. They've also got that over at Angola High School. And I'm not sure if they have the black jerseys at Marion, but I know Marion does have the purple and gold combination. There's the 0-1 pitch, and that is just off the plate. And then over in Northwest Ohio, there's Bryan High School, the Golden Bears, not too far from Defiance. And they've got the purple and gold combination, though I don't remember ever seeing black in one of Bryan's jerseys. I used to work in Bryan, Ohio. I don't see any Bryan natives on the roster. Guggenbiller is from Fort Recovery, Ohio. She takes that over the heart of the plate. Another strikeout for Bravo. For Bravo, that is her 6th strikeout of the game, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th here on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Kirsten Delaney, Carly Walter, and Melissa Cabrera all due up here in the bottom of the fourth for Indiana Tech. They scored 4 runs in the bottom of the second, no hits. 2 runs in the bottom of the third with 2 hits. That includes Carly Basham's 2-run single with the bases loaded. Delaney's having a good year. She's hitting .431 in the season. Best average of anybody on the team. She got well out in front of that last pitch. Highest RBI total on the team, too. She's driven in 22 runs. 3 home runs to add to that. This one's launched but foul down the left field line. It's one of those hits that looked good coming off the bat but just went the wrong way. Down and away, ball 2. It was a struggle for Devin Hamilton to throw strikes when she was in the game as a starter. That's popped up. It's playable. Coming in is Heath, and she'll make the catch. That'll send up Carly Walter. Carly Walter having an incredible season. .315 average on the year, 20 RBIs and a home run. It'll be Walter and then Cabrera coming to the plate here in the bottom of the fourth. In the dirt. And, of course, I say that figuratively. This is an artificial turf field that Indiana Tech has. So that's not really dirt on the diamond. Just regular old field turf. And some of the facilities at Indiana Tech do have field turf. Softball field here has artificial turf. The soccer field, which also doubles as a lacrosse field, has turf. The baseball field is clay and natural grass. A 3-0 count on Walter, as Heath is going to have a little conversation here with Rogers, a brief conversation. Rogers has absolutely struggled to find the strike zone. That was a huge struggle for Hamilton. But here Rogers has gotten in a 3-0 count and missed by not very much with that last pitch, ball 4. That'll send up Melissa Cabrera with 1 on and 1 down here in the bottom of the fourth. Cabrera, a .321 hitter. 18 RBIs on the year. And she takes that one for a called strike on the corner. Big doubleheader coming up for Indiana Tech on the road tomorrow against first place Madonna. Warriors are 10-2 in WAC conference play. Madonna's 8-0. So they're first place in the WAC conference. Not overall, though, on the ground, but foul. Number 1 team overall in NAIA is Southern Oregon. Oregon Tech is number 2, so there's a little shout-out for Oregon softball. You've also got Eastern Oregon ranked 13th in the NAIA. That's way outside. I mentioned that Rogers had trouble finding the strike zone. She did with that pitch, but got out ahead in the count 0-2. And now can Cabrera battle back and make her way on base? They've not asked her to bunt at any point on this at bat, and I wouldn't think they would with 2 strikes. Did she go? They're going to appeal. She did not. The 2-2, too tall. Full count on Cabrera. Boyer on deck. On the ground to short. This might be two. They won't get the out at second, but they will get the out at first. Walter advances on the sacrifice ground out. And Victoria Boyer, who has scored 2 runs, now has a chance to push a run across. A base hit would in all likelihood do just that. That's down and in. Walter got a third of the way off the bag and did not go to third. But it's a 1-0 count on Boyer. 6 runs, just 2 hits for the Warriors so far in this game. That one just caught the zone. Boyer's a freshman out of Massillon, Ohio. She's batting .306 on the year with 13 RBIs. Up the middle, going to be a tough play. Save! And coming home and getting tagged out. That's not going to count. She's out. She ran outside the baseline. Walter tried to run around the tag, but got tagged out. She'd have been better off just staying at third. That's going to go as a single for Boyer, but no runs. 6 runs total for the Warriors. We'll be back after this break on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, Indiana Tech with a 6-0 lead over Defiance as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Emma Lynn will lead things off for the Yellow Jackets. It'll be Lynn, Avery Rover, and Anna Emsweiler. Indiana Tech only has 3 hits, yet they have 6 runs. That ball's popped up deep into right field, but Troba is there to make the play. What's been the difference in this game? Savannah Bravo has thrown strikes for Indiana Tech. The Defiance pitchers have struggled to do so. As Avery Rover stands in, and this is the same thing she did the last time she was up. Pulled the bat out in front and then brought it back as she flies this into center field. Basham will make the catch. Basham's got a 2-run single to help pad the Warriors' lead to 6-0. That was with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd, and the bases loaded. Anna Emsweiler, the batter. That just catches the corner. Well, I'll just go ahead and say this. That means we're not going to have a 3-pitch inning. First 2 hitters made contact on the first pitch they saw and ultimately flew out. Here's the 0-2. That one catches the corner, which now makes it 0-2 with 2 down. Slapped foul over the dugout. So Emsweiler will stay alive. And I believe that is Devin Hamilton in the on-deck circle. She was the starting pitcher for this game for Defiance. The 0-2 misses off the plate. There is action in the Warrior pen. That is Mallory Stinson, the freshman from Indy. Off the plate, 2-2. But you know Bravo's trying to make it through this fifth inning. Popped up, shallow left, and Delaney, with a couple big steps, comes in to make the catch. It's a 1-2-3 inning defensively for Defiance as the hitters fly out to all three parts of the outfield. 6-0 in the bottom of the fifth. Back after this on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
The Indiana Tech Warriors lead 6-0 over the Defiance Yellow Jackets. It's Haley Pruitt leading things off for the Warriors. She'll be followed by Bella Brock and Carly Basham.
The Warriors number 22, Haley Pruitt.
Pruitt has walked twice and scored twice. Most recently, she scored off of Carly Basham's two-run single. She takes a ball inside from Emma Rogers. So far, Rogers has gone an inning and a third on the mound for Defiance. That's a strike on the outside corner. And again, Indiana Tech is on the road tomorrow, taking on Madonna up in Livonia, Michigan. Madonna is currently 8-0 in WAC conference play. They are the defending WAC conference champions from a year ago. 2 years ago, it was Indiana Tech who won the WAC conference. Won the regular season title. Swing and a miss. Might have gotten a piece of it, but it's a 2-2 count on Pruitt. In the dirt, ball 3. Well, Rogers' command has been a little better so far this inning. Command was a struggle for Hamilton when she was on the mound. Bounced foul, and Pruitt stays alive for one more pitch. Warriors have taken their walks. I believe they've taken 8 walks in this game. That's foul behind third. Check that. They've actually taken 7 walks in this game. Pruitt's getting some pitches to hit with this 3-2 count. She's fouled off the last couple she's gotten. It's Pruitt, then Brock, and then Carly Basham. On the ground toward short. Moen with the long throw, close, but she got her. Allie Moen just able to make the play, and here's Bella Brock. Officially, Brock is 0 for 1. She's walked, and she has a sacrifice ground out. That got in a run, got Indiana Tech's first run of the game, so she's been productive. She bounces that one foul. In fact, that sacrifice ground out for Brock was her 11th RBI of the season. Carly Basham had 2 RBIs. That came on a 2-run single back in the 3rd. Gives her 8 for the year. Basham's on deck. That's down and away, 2-2. Two and two, the count on Brock. Indiana Tech got 4 runs in the second, 2 in the third. That's where the scoring has come to this point. And that pitch misses inside, 3-2. Warriors have taken 7 walks in this game, as we're here in the bottom of the 5th. On the ground, foul. Bella Brock batting .273 on the season. Trying to give Indiana Tech a base runner. They've got 6 runs on 3 hits here in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Game 2 will start about half an hour after this game gets done. Here's the payoff. Ball 4. That's the 8th walk taken by a Warrior hitter today. And Carly Basham will step to the plate. She had a 2-run single her last time up. That single came with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd. That one's off the plate. And I'm told that those are the cross-country runners here at Indiana Tech taking a jog around the ballpark. Of course, there's a little bike path along the street that runs here past Warrior Park. As Basham fouls that one off. That pitch was tailing away. Basham at the plate now, and if we get that far, Kaylee Kugler would be the next batter. And then you'd have the top of the order coming up for the Warriors. Down and in. Throw down to second, not in time. Brock able to take it as Emsweiler had trouble with the pitch. And now you got a runner in scoring position. So far today, Basham's been good in that situation. That's taken downstairs for a ball, and Brock will have third base easily. She got a great jump, and the pitch was way downstairs, and we're starting to see some of those control problems from earlier resurface. It was a problem for Devin Hamilton. It's been a problem for Emma Rogers. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks here in the bottom of the 5th as Kaylee Kugler, the 9-hole hitter, comes to the plate.
Now for the Warriors, number 4, Kaylee Kugler.
Kugler's walked twice and scored once. She's got a chance with runners on the corners to get a run home. She squares to bunt. There goes the runner to second. No double steal. Brock goes back to third. Wise decision. Warriors have already made one out at the plate today. They made that out at the plate on an infield single by Victoria Boyer. Carly Walter wandered off the bag and was gunned down at third. Ran off the baseline. On the ground, but that's foul toward the dugout. 0-2 the count. Well, Emma Rogers has struggled to throw strikes in this game, but she's ahead in the count here. But Kaylee Kugler with an RBI chance here in the bottom of the fifth. The 0-2 on the way, and that's in the dirt. If Kugler were to drive home one run here, the game would continue. If she were to drive in two, that would be a different story. Down and away. Well, the challenge from these Tech hitters basically is to Emma Rogers, you're going to have to find the strike zone, because if you don't, we're not going to help you. Kugler almost hit Zimney. Zimney able to duck out of the way, though. Two and two the count. Base hit scores a run, might even get two home. Fly ball to the outfield, might get one. Lifted into center field. It's going to be caught out in center by Rover, but that will do the job. Brock comes home on the sac fly. It's 7-0 Warriors. And that will send Mary Troba to the plate with a runner in scoring position. Swing and a miss. Well, the chant when Troba comes up is always Mary had a big hit, and it went over the fence, to the tune of Mary had a little lamb. Right now, she doesn't really need to hit it over the fence. She just needs to get a base hit. Might get a run home. That will be a base hit. They're going to send the runner. Basham coming home, and she's in. And that's the ball game. Mary Troba with the walk-off hit to make it an 8-0 win for the Warriors. Well, we're going to give you a look at this last replay, your Indiana Tech Warriors replay. Mary Troba puts it on the ground as she does so often. Just snuck it past Moen, who's made some good plays over at shortstop, and brings in the final run. But if you want to know the difference in this game, it's the fact that Savannah Bravo was able to throw strikes. The Defiance pitchers, by and large, were not. Savannah Bravo consistently found the strike zone, had 6 strikeouts in the game, only surrendered 1 hit and 1 walk. Just 2 base runners the entire game. And not a single run surrendered. So Savannah Bravo is going to be your Parkview Sports Medicine player of the game for the work that she did on the mound. An 8-0 win for Indiana Tech. They take the first game of this doubleheader. We'll have one more game coming up in about a half an hour from now. You're watching Indiana Tech Warriors softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Hi, I'm Paxton, and I'll be your tour guide today. Behind me, we have Pearson Hall. This is one of our freshman dorms on campus. Today, I'll be showing you dorm rooms. Come inside.
The only way to get into campus is if you have an ID card, so you'll have to like swipe into all the dorms. And then over here, we have an intercom system. So through every dorm, we have these like dial buttons within the dorm rooms and then outside. So say you're visiting somebody, you don't live here, you would dial their room number and then you can actually call their room and they can unlock the doors to the dorm through the intercom system, and you can talk to them, they can see you through a camera, and they can unlock the doors for you so they don't have to leave the room. It's really nice to have. So right here we just have our main lobby. Every floor has a lobby. In the lobbies we just have like TVs and stuff. You can watch movies, play video games, you can hang out with friends, do homework, play card games. It's just a nice little hangout area to have. And then right here, this is what we call our RA office. So every single night there will be an RA in the office. They're just there for your needs if you have any issues with like toilets or sinks or anything being clogged. They'll always be in there for your help. If you have questions about anything, you can always come see an RA here. And then over here, we have mailboxes. Every student has a mailbox. They are really small. The only thing they can fit is like card-sized items. Throughout campus, you'll see our mail room when you go on your actual tour later on, and that will be in one of our other buildings where you'll receive bigger packages. All right, so here's the laundry room. So in the laundry room, you don't have to save quarters or use quarters. I know it says 25 cents, but it is included with living on campus. And then there's one on every floor and every side of the floor, so there's 2 on every floor in Pearson. So every student has keys to their dorm. And then as you come in, you will see our intercom system right here that I talked about in the entranceway. So this is where you would like unlock the door for visitors, talk to them. And then one really nice thing about it is there is a security guard button right there. So if you were to have somebody like calling your room constantly at like 5 o'clock in the morning because some student forgot their keys, you could actually press the security guard button and it will lock them in that little box that we entered to into the dorm. It'll lock both the outside doors and the inside doors and call security. So it also has a nice safety measure through within your room. You don't even have to leave your room for that. So it's really nice. And then as we enter in this way, you'll see this is the half of our room looks like. So there's this, and then on the other side of the suite, there's a mirrored room that looks exactly like this. The desk, the dressers, and the closets, and all of the drawers and stuff all come with. You can decorate it any way you'd like, and then like mini fridges, TVs, anything like that you would bring here. And then through here we have our bathroom. So then as we come into the bathroom, you'll see that this side of the room has their own sink and toilet, and then as you come through, there's one shower shared between the 2 rooms, and then this side of the room has their own sink and toilet, and then there's the mirrored room right here. So then they share a little common space out there, and then this is the exact same stuff, and it's all the same. Here we have CalFlush. This is our other freshman dorm on campus. It is across the street from main campus. We'll be showing another freshman dorm, the laundry room, and then the hangout lobby area. Come on in. So same thing as Pearson. To get into the dorms, you have to have a swipe card that unlocks and lets you in. All right, and then we have the same intercom system as we do in Pearson, and it runs throughout all of the dorms. And then in here is the lobby area where all the students hang out. We have like a TV so people can hook up like Xboxes or anything like that, DVD players, you can watch movies. I know RAs put on a bunch of activities down here. They do like movie nights with hot chocolate during the winter. We've done like pumpkin carving and we watch a Halloween movie, and so that's all done down here. And then it's the same thing over here. You can do some studying, you can hang out with friends, you can eat dinner if you want, and like I said, you can hang out with your RA, hang out with your friends, do homework, but follow me to the next part. So same thing as Pearson, every student has keys to their dorm. So when you first walk in, it's different than Pearson where there's no like 2 mirrored room. It's just one room with 2 students. The shelves, the desk, the drawers, all of the beds and stuff all come with. And then over here, it's the same for Pearson and CalFlush. You can control the air condition and the heat for the room, not the entire dorm, which is so nice because then it's between you and your roommate, not through hundreds of people in one building. And then as we walk over here, you'll see that the sink is outside of the bathroom, which is so nice because obviously if your roommate's showering, you don't have to worry about not being able to brush your teeth or even use the sink or get a drink of water or anything like that. And then as we walk over here, you'll see only 2 roommates to 1 bathroom. And then the shelving space. And then instead of Pearson where they have closets, you would have this whole shelving space and hanger area. And then same thing as Pearson, we have the intercom system over here where you can press a security guard button, you can talk to them, and then see them through the camera. CalFlush also has mailboxes. They're the same size. They fit card-sized items. And again, if you have any bigger packages, we do have a mailroom on campus. So then through here, this is the laundry room. The difference between Pearson and CalFlush is CalFlush, there's only one in the whole building and it's on the first floor, whereas Pearson has them on every floor. But it is the same as they are included with living here, so you don't have to use quarters. It's free to the students. And that concludes the tour. Thanks for coming with. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to your counselor. Hope to see you around campus. Go Warriors!
Well, for those of you just joining us, Indiana Tech is a winner in game number 1 of this doubleheader against Defiance. They score 4 runs in the second, 2 runs in the third, 2 more in the fifth to win it 8-0 in 5 innings. Second game comes your way in about a half an hour from now. Indiana Tech taking on Madonna tomorrow, so this series matters a whole lot. Madonna's in first place in the WAC conference at 8-0 in conference play. Indiana Tech 10-2 in conference play. They're currently in second, so they've got a chance to, at the very least, gain some ground with Madonna tomorrow. But one more game against Defiance coming up, and you can't overlook anything. They certainly didn't overlook anything in game number 1. Savannah Bravo threw strikes, as she so often does, got 6 strikeouts in the game, forced Defiance to put the ball in play. And when they did, Indiana Tech was solid defensively. They did have 1 error defensively, Indiana Tech did, but that was it. For the most part, they were on their game in both the outfield and the infield. Indiana Tech threw strikes. Savannah Bravo threw strikes. Defiance struggled to do so, and that's the biggest reason for this 8-0 victory for Indiana Tech in game number 1. Game number 2 will come up next on this broadcast of Warriors softball.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
I decided if I was going to come to Indiana Tech, I was going to be a different kind of instructor. I was really going to focus on connecting with students, teaching the students the theory that they needed and also the practical applications.
Very practically what that looks like is smaller class sizes. So my class sizes are the 8 to 10 up to maybe 20. And that's backed up with we have 18 hours of office hours every week. I'm sitting in my office waiting for students to come in to talk about anything. It doesn't just have to be with the classroom.
In the College of Engineering, we have ABET accreditation for mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, and biomedical engineering. ABET is the top accrediting board for engineering in the United States and probably in the world.
Another thing that is a very different approach at Indiana Tech, I think, that some other universities, is we try and make sure they have a lot of lab experience in the engineering department. All engineering programs are going to have laboratory courses, but in our laboratory courses we try to get them not just exposure to measurements and exposure to some of the devices that you'll be used, but I like to actually assign projects that are, realistic projects.
Those projects, this project-based learning, help students to work together in a group and be hands-on with their the material or the product that they're creating. Engineering students at Indiana Tech are, to me, stand out because I know that they've had a lot of experiences working in groups, working on projects, doing lab experiments to help them understand the material, and I think that prepares them well for industry.
First thing I'll tell a high school student is study, study, study. Get all the math you can possibly get. I honestly believe that the critical thinking skills you learn in math courses will help you with engineering courses.
The type of knowledge base that students should have coming in, they need to be problem solvers and critical thinkers. Those two things are really the essence of engineering. Regardless of flavor, they're going to need to figure out, there's a problem here, how do I solve it? And they need to think critically about that. They need to observe, listen to people, and then kick in those problem-solving skills to solve the problem.
Part of the growth of Indiana Tech has involved an increasing number of international students. So I think if we can expose students to different ideas, different cultures, again, it makes them that much more competitive in the marketplace.
In the Fort Wayne area, we have lots of large companies, BAE Systems, Fort Wayne Metals, General Motors, Raytheon, Harris Corporation, and the list goes on. We have a lot of employers that want our engineering students.
Indiana Tech, I think, continues to serve students even beyond their graduation. We really strive to keep in touch with our alumni on a personal level just to see how they're doing, but then also they want to give back to the university because of the experiences they've had here, so they want to provide opportunities for other students here as well.
Well, back here at Warrior Park, we are getting ready for game number 2 of our doubleheader between Indiana Tech and Defiance. Indiana Tech a winner in game number 1. And it looks like Carly Walter will take the mound for Indiana Tech in game number 2. She is warming up in the pen. She's had a successful season on the mound this year. 3.71 ERA, 79 innings pitched, 43 strikeouts, compared to 29 walks on the season so far. Game number 2 comes your way in a matter of moments between Indiana Tech and Defiance on this broadcast of Warrior Softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that there aren't very many energy programs out there. When I researched all of the various programs recently, there are really only 2 or 3 accredited engineering programs.
I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada originally. I came out here to Indiana Tech to actually go for the energy engineering program because of its uniqueness and its ability to get hands-on with the materials I'm going to be using in the future.
Well, a few of the things I think that sets Indiana Tech apart is, number one, you have very small classes. You have very close relationships with your professors. When you have a class of 10 people, it's much easier to get to know the professor and get in contact with him than if you have a class of 30, 40, or 50. You're going to have the same professors for the majority of your classes. You're going to have the same classmates for the majority of your classes.
The more practical applications come in all the subsequent energy engineering classes. Heat transfers in a class that right after they're leaving the classroom, and the board is filled with calculus. So in order to understand a lot of these topics, they're going to need to understand the calculus there. Calculus is the study of the rate of change, how fast things change. And depending upon whether it's energy engineering, industrial engineering, or whatever, they're going to need to use that and apply that.
Professor Romary, he stands out to me the most right now because when I first got here, I had to take calculus, Calc 1, Calc 2. And he's one of the professors that teaches it. And he just really was a very kind and helpful guy, and he did whatever he could to help us out. He was very funny, always had a way of creatively teaching calculus to us that not a whole lot of people can do. And I think that and how he did it is going to be something that's going to stick for me for a very long time.
The field work that Indiana Tech can provide here is, for example, we have a 10 kilowatt windmill that the students can work with. We have a geothermal system for a couple of the buildings for Utangsu and for Zollner that uses geothermal principles to heat and cool the buildings in the summer and the winter.
The PV array system, training system that we have down here in the basement allows us to wire up the panels we have down in the basement to set it up as a off-the-grid system or a battery bank system, which helps us because we can see every component of the system actually intertwining and how they work together, which is something that may not be easily visible when you're on the job site in a career. So definitely my internship at Super Value Incorporated was a very, very beneficial program for me to be in. It was more based on the process and logistical side of engineering of my degree, not necessarily the design aspect. It helped me really learn how the most efficient way to do a task and some of the boundaries that come with trying to make things more efficient.
One of the things that we've been very fortunate here at Indiana Tech is that we've had a grant through AEP to help subsidize our students in taking some of the various trips in spring break. Over the last 4 years, I have taken, along with a couple of other chaperones, I've taken almost a couple of dozen students to a trip to Germany and Switzerland that focused on renewable energy. We've gone to Iceland last year, focusing on geothermal energy, and we just recently returned from a trip to Costa Rica.
Just last year, I went to Iceland with a couple of our peers, not even just energy engineers, but a couple of other engineering majors went along with us. And for me, that was the highlight of my college time. I mean, we learned a lot about like geothermal systems and how they converted to a country of basically like ran just by geothermal. But it wasn't just learning about that, it was also learning about their culture as well, you know, and the past and the history and where they plan to go in their future. And all those things combined, I think, really kind of defines my experience here in Indiana Tech.
You can be the smartest engineer in the world, but if you cannot talk to or work with other engineers and non-engineers, it's very hard to get anything done. I try to teach my students that while you may not like writing, it's going to be a part of the job. You have to communicate. If you're doing experiments or testing hardware in the lab, you need to write it up so that other people know what you did, and the customer may want to know what are the results of that test.
Something I would remember most about the faculty would be just the one-on-one aspect of it and how open they are to hearing your problems and concerns and willing to assist you. Indiana Tech, with the class sizes being so small, you really get that one-on-one talking, everyday type relationship with your advisors and your professors. And having that is key to success, I feel, because being able to communicate with them and actually get your problems and questions across is going to help clarify things for you while you're in classes in school, which is going to set you up for success.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes. You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a warrior. Want to know what it means to be a warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260's dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior.
Well, we're getting close to start time in game number 2 between Indiana Tech and Defiance. Indiana Tech took game number 1, 8-0 in 5 innings. Savannah Bravo went on the mound all 5 innings. Warriors got just 4 hits in the game, but Defiance struggled to find the strike zone on the mound and allowed Indiana Tech, I believe it was 9 walks if I'm not mistaken. So Indiana Tech took advantage of those walks and got 8 runs out of those walks, including Mary Troba's RBI single at the end of it and Carly Basham's 2-run single in the third. Getting closer to the start of this game. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We're broadcasting here on SummitCitySports.com this version of Indiana Tech Warrior softball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Welcome to the Summit City, home to the 260s dedicated high school athletes and fans. Each victory and celebration captured by our camera. Treasure the highlights from the Summit Athletic Conference this season, or complete games live or on demand. After all, nobody's more proud to call Fort Wayne home than SummitCitySports.com.
You want to know what's possible at Indiana Tech? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior.
Back here at Warrior Park on the campus of Indiana Tech, the Warriors defeat the Yellow Jackets of Defiance in game number 1. Game number 2 coming up here in just a brief matter of moments. We do have the batting order for Defiance, so I'll go ahead and give that to you now. Allie Moen, the shortstop, leads off. She'll be followed by Annika Kraft, who is the starting pitcher. Morgan Scott, the second baseman, bats third. Emma Lynn, the right fielder, bats fourth. Kaylee Heath, the third baseman, bats fifth. Catcher Anna Emsweiler bats sixth. First baseman Devin Hamilton bats seventh. Batting eighth is the center fielder Avery Rover. Batting ninth is Ariana Smith, who is the designated player. Left fielder Haley Hughes is not in the batting order, but she will be on the field today. For Indiana Tech, their defense looks thus. Allison Davis is the first baseman. Taylor Hodgen is the second baseman. Bella Brock is at shortstop. Mary Troba is at third. She started in right field in game number 1. Carly Basham is in right field. Kaylee Kugler's in center. Kirsten Delaney in left field. Looks like Rhiannon McKay will be the designated player, and Allie Forster will be the catcher. She will not be in the batting order, but she will be behind the plate, and she will be catching Carly Walter. Walter will be in the batting order. But Forster, the catcher, will not be in the batting order. As we get ready to start game number 2. Indiana Tech winners of game number 1, and it's not even 4 o'clock, and we're about to get game number 2 underway. Walter fires the first pitch in for a strike, and game 2 now is underway. Defiance only got 2 runners on base in game number 1. That apparently was downstairs, 1-1 the count. Few defensive differences for Indiana Tech here. In game number 2, you had Victoria Boyer behind the plate in that game, and now you've got the left-handed throwing Allie Forster behind the plate. Walter's having a good year on the mound. Had to battle back to get that strike 2 call. Count runs even. Walter with a 3.71 ERA coming into this game. She's pitched a grand total of 79 innings, 43 strikeouts, 29 walks surrendered. Swing and a miss, and there's a strikeout to start game number 2 for Carly Walter. That'll send up Annika Kraft, and Kraft is the starting pitcher for game number 2 for Defiance. So Walter's going to be facing her counterpart here. Again, you got Mary Troba starting at third. She started in right field in game number 1. She'll be the leadoff hitter, much like she was in game number 1. Bouncing ball hit toward first. Through the hole and a base hit. Actually, not a base hit. It'll likely be an error on Allison Davis. Sophomore out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Couldn't field it cleanly. Looked like Davis had a play on it, but just couldn't get the glove on it. And Kraft is aboard. Defiance did not have a base runner in the first inning. Got their first hit in the third and their only hit of the game as Morgan Scott comes to the plate. The 1-0 on the way. They're going to throw down to second. Brock gets there. Got her. She just got the tag. And that wipes Kraft off the base paths. Brock got over just in time and apparently made just enough contact with the glove to get the tag down. It's a 1-1 count, 1-1, not 1-2 on Morgan Scott. Scott was a designated player in game number 1. She eventually came in to play second base when Emma Rogers was moved from second to the mound. Line drive, but that's foul. That one almost hits head coach Jordan Osborne. It's her second season as head coach for the Defiance Yellow Jackets, just across state lines. If I'm not mistaken, Defiance is about a maybe 30-minute to an hour drive, maybe longer. As we await the 2-2 pitch, it bounces in the dirt. So far, Walter not quite showing the same kind of command that Savannah Bravo had through the course of game number 1. But Walter's been a plenty capable pitcher throughout the course of this season. She provided a big boost to that Warrior rotation. But that's ball 4. That's going to bring up Emma Lynn. So we've had 2 Yellow Jackets reach base so far here in the first. Only had 1 walk from Savannah Bravo in game number 1. That one misses inside to Lynn. Here's the 1-0. On the ground toward third, Troba charges and makes the throw to first. The Yellow Jackets get a runner on, but they're unable to cash in. Well, we'll go ahead and give you the batting order for Indiana Tech as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. Mary Troba, the third baseman, will be their leadoff hitter. She'll be followed by the shortstop Bella Brock. Kirsten Delaney, who remains in left field, will bat third. She'll be followed by Rhiannon McKay, who's serving as the designated player. Pitcher Carly Walter will bat fifth. First baseman Allison Davis will bat sixth. She'll be followed by the second baseman Taylor Hodgen. Right fielder Carly Basham, who was in center in game number 1, bats eighth. And Kaylee Kugler, who's now in center field, bats ninth for Indiana Tech. Well, we've got a chance. We'll give you the defense for Defiance. Devin Hamilton is the starter at first base. She started on the mound in game 1. Morgan Scott starts at second base. Allie Moen starts at short. Kaylee Heath starts at third. Haley Hughes in left. Avery Rover in center. And Emma Lynn in right. Here is Mary Troba to lead things off for the Warriors, and she takes downstairs for ball 1. Troba with a ground ball toward short. Moen bobbles it. No play. That's probably going to be an error on Moen, who had played pretty well at short in game number 1. As she allows Troba to reach on an error, much like she did in game number 1. Here's Bella Brock. Brock squares to bunt, pulls it back. There goes Troba. The throw's offline, and it gets away. Troba's got a stolen base. And already Indiana Tech's got a runner in scoring position. They had a 4-run second inning in game number 1 without the benefit of a hit. Their first hit came on Melissa Cabrera's single. Brock gets the bunt down. It's gloved by Kraft, and she throws her out at first, but Brock does the job. Troba advances over to third. Well, that will send up Kirsten Delaney batting .431 coming into this doubleheader. She was hitless in game number 1, though. And Delaney squares to bunt, but it's right back to the mound. Throw comes home, and she's out. Troba gunned down at the plate. That was a huge no-no. Troba gunned down at the plate. She was off and running. And the Warriors waste a scoring chance. Rhiannon McKay is the batter. She takes a first pitch strike. But you've got to bunt the ball away from the pitcher. And that is not what Delaney did there. Sent it right back to the mound. And Kraft had an easy play at the plate. One and one the count on McKay. McKay is batting .333 on the year. 6 RBIs on the season so far. Officially, she's 3 for 8. And that's in there for a called strike. The 1-2 on the way, and it's in on McKay. Count runs even. You do have good hitters coming up in the lineup for Indiana Tech, including Carly Walter. She's on deck, and she's having a good season at the plate. She's starting this game on the mound. Slap foul the other way by McKay. Actually went over the batting cage. The pitch to McKay is downstairs. In game number one, Devin Hamilton and Aaron Rodgers both had, Emma Rodgers, not to be confused with Aaron Rodgers. Emma Rodgers and Devin Hamilton both had trouble finding the strike zone. That was way upstairs, and it's ball 4. Carly Walter will come to the plate. Walter started at third in game number one. Did make an impressive catch over along the dugout fence. She takes a first pitch strike on the corner. And even with the wasted scoring chance earlier this inning, Indiana Tech still with a chance to get a run across the board with runners at first and second. Walter takes that one up and away as McKay was getting a pretty big lead over there at first. Foul the other way. Line drive into left field, base hit. They're going to send the runner. The ball was bobbled in left, and coming home to score is Delaney. Carly Walter cashes in. A 2-out RBI single for Walter. The pitcher helps her own cause, and here's Allison Davis. And Allison Davis takes a called strike. Davis making just her 5th start of the season. She grounds it the other way. It's a base hit. They're going to send the runner again. The throw is high, but they got McKay. That will count as a hit for Davis. But in an inning where the Warriors had a chance to get 3 runs, they come away with 1. And we'll go to the second after this.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Well, Indiana Tech does lead at 1-0 off Carly Walter's RBI single. It was a first inning where the Warriors probably should have gotten a couple more runs out of it. 2 players thrown out at the plate. Troba was thrown out on Delaney's sac bunt back to the mound. Allison Davis singled the other way. They sent Rhiannon McKay. That's right at Walter. She bobbles it and throws it away. She nearly caught it. She stayed with it, barehanded the ball, but then threw it away. She really rushed the throw. That's going to be an error on Walter. Second inning of the game against the Warriors. That'll send up Anna Emsweiler. Had an error on Walter and an error on Davis. That ball's bunted foul. So Kaylee Heath will go back to first. It's kind of surprising that Heath didn't go to first. I don't think she saw that the throw got away. Sorry, that she didn't go to second. She did go to first. Bunted back toward the mound. Throw comes to first. Hodgen covers the bag, makes the catch to get the out. That's all the Warriors will get as Heath advances to second. That'll send Devin Hamilton to the plate. Well, the Jackets have gotten 3 runners on base here in game number 2. Only got 2 on base in game 1. On the way, swing and a miss. Looked like Walter took a little something off that pitch. Count is even at 1 apiece. The Warriors currently holding to a 1-0 lead, but the Yellow Jackets threatening. That's off the plate. A 2-1 count on Hamilton. Avery Rover is on deck. Swing and a miss. Walter went upstairs and inside with that pitch, but she got Hamilton to chase. Jordan Osborne, the head coach for Defiance, if I'm not mistaken, is a Defiance grad. Popped up out of play. Luckily, that did not appear to be in the direction of any cars. If you're not familiar with the parking lot set up here at Warrior Park, the parking lot's more on the third base side of the field. Over on the first base side, there's really no parking lot to be had. On the ground, softly hit. Walter will take it. She gets the out at first as Davis runs quickly over to keep the runner at third. In the end, Hamilton does her job, gets the runner to third, and that's the tying run now 60 feet away as Avery Rover comes to the plate. Swing and a miss. That one's outside. Well, Walter got her to chase the first pitch, but she went even further outside with the last one. If Rover gets on base, Ariana Smith will bat next. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Off the plate. You see the left-handed throwing catchers a lot more often in softball than you do in baseball. Forster, as you can tell, does throw with her left hand. This one's popped up. It's going to crawl out of play. Luckily, that cameraman down there in no harm. One of the photographers, I assume for Indiana Tech. Could be wrong about that, but I think he's a Warrior photographer. 2-2 the count here on Rover. Got her, inside corner. Walter closes out the second with a strikeout. And it's still 1-0 Warriors as we go to the bottom of the second on this broadcast of Warrior Softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because it's life.
Indiana Tech sends the bottom third of their order to the plate here in the bottom of the second. Taylor Hodgen, the number 7 hitter, will be followed by the 8-hole hitter Carly Basham. It looked like Hodgen went on that pitch, but the umpires say no, she didn't. Kaylee Kugler is the 9-hole hitter. She'll round out the order here this inning. Taylor Hodgen did not start in game number 1. She's starting at second here in game number 2. If the previous pitch was a check swing, that was definitely a check swing. 2-0 the count. Hodgen batting .279 on the season. This is her 21st start of the year. She takes upstairs 3-0. That one misses, ball 4. Hodgen will take her base on 4 pitches. Carly Basham will be the next hitter for Indiana Tech. Basham had a 2-run single with the bases loaded in game number 1. That gave Indiana Tech a 6-0 lead. And she takes downstairs. And you're starting to see the Defiance pitchers struggle to find the strike zone again. 5 pitches into this second inning. Annika Kraft has not yet thrown a strike. She's thrown strikes in the game, and not just because she threw one right there. She threw them in the first inning, but that was the first strike she's thrown here in the second. But now that Basham's seen a strike, she may have a little bit more aggressive approach here on this next few pitches. Or at least this next pitch, perhaps. Infielders creep in, and she takes down and away. Basham comes into this series batting .364. She has the 3rd highest batting average of all the Warriors' typical starters. She slaps that one foul, 2-2. A runner aboard and nobody out here in the bottom of the second. On the corner, called strike 3. And Kaylee Kugler will be the next batter for Indiana Tech, with Hodgen still at first. First pitch misses down and into Kugler. She's batting .310 coming into this series. She fouls it off. Kugler hit a sac fly in game number 1. I believe she also scored 2 runs that inning, or scored at least 1. She walked twice. Did that hit her, or did that hit the bat? I think they're saying it hit the bat. Kugler's still at the plate. They called it a ball. I thought that either ricocheted off of Kugler or hit her bat. That ball definitely appeared to change direction. That's a little surprising. Pitch on the way, and that's slap foul. That'll be the second strike. Top of the order is due up next with Mary Troba. And so we've got word that it should be a 2-2 count, that pitch did ricochet off of Kugler's bat, so it was a foul ball. That one's down and away. Now it's 3-2. Here's the payoff, and that one hits her. That takes us back to the top of the order. Mary Troba. Troba's walk-off single ended game number 1 with an 8-0 Warrior win. Made it 8-0 in the 5, so Indiana Tech was the winner in game number 1. That's on the corner for a called strike. It was a slow start to this inning for Annika Kraft, but she started to find the strike zone a little bit more consistently. Despite the fact that she's walked Hodgen and hit Kugler on a pitch. 0-1 the count here to Troba. That's down and away, and it gets away. I think that one's going to be a wild pitch. It allows both runners to advance. Runners on second and third, with just one down here in the second inning. A scoring chance for the Warriors. Can Troba cash in? She did cash in the 5th inning in game number 1. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-2, and I think Troba wanted to drive that one the other way. She's officially got 15 RBIs on the season. That's counting that RBI single that ended game number 1. On the ground, it rolls foul. So everybody goes back to their previous base. 1-2 the count here on Troba. That's off the plate, 2-2. On the ground, right back to the mound. The throw comes home. Hodgen back to third. She's safe, and everybody's safe. Hodgen went back to third, Kugler went back to second, and Troba's able to take first. In that case, that was the advantage of there being nobody at home plate. Should be nobody on first base. Of course, there's the batter at home plate. That's always the case. And that pitch gets away, and now Hodgen going to go back to third. She was about to take off. That ball didn't travel a long way. Kraft was there to cover the plate. Well, Indiana Tech had 2 runners gunned out at the plate in the first inning. They're trying to avoid a similar fate here in the second. Want to know the count on Brock. There's one downside of the bases being loaded. There's a force at any base, even at home. Osborne out to the mound. As we have started to see Kraft struggle to find the strike zone. She does have a strikeout this inning, a strikeout of Carly Basham. But right now she's behind in the count 2-0. Bella Brock with a scoring chance. Indiana Tech got their only run this game in the first. Was told that somebody had blood. Is that Kugler? Kugler's going back to the dugout. And I wonder if she's just going to get some kind of bandage or gauze put on. Well, we'll take a quick injury timeout.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
So it looks like it was Kugler who was bleeding on her hand. She's got gloves on. Not sure if she just put a bandage on and then put the gloves on over them. That's probably what it was by the looks of things. 2-0 the count here on Bella Brock. On the ground towards second. This could be two. They'll get one at second, but Brock beats the throw, and the Warriors score. Hodgen comes in. Troba's out at first, but everybody else advances. Kirsten Delaney will come up with runners on the corners. And her first pitch is a strike. Delaney did not have a hit in game number one as Brock slides into second. On the corner again. Kraft going inside the first two pitches and apparently caught the corner with Delaney. Looks like Delaney's playing real close or standing real close to the bag. That's off the plate. And she's right on the inner edge of the batter's box. On the ground toward third. Heath's throw is in time. Warriors get one, and they lead it 2-0 as we go to the third. You're watching Warriors softball on this broadcast brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
2-0 in favor of Indiana Tech. They've gotten a run in the first and a run in the second. And we go to the third inning with the number 9 hitter, Ariana Smith, coming to the plate. She's serving as the designated player. She did not start game number 1. Defiance has put a runner on in each of the first 2 innings. Smith batting 9th in the order for Defiance here in game number 2 as she fouls it off. A 1 on the way. It's off the plate. That one missed upstairs. 2-1 the count on Smith. Three and one. Walter trying to battle back after falling behind early in this count. Oh, that looked pretty good. It's called ball 4. That'll send up the top of the order in Allie Moen. She squares to bunt. There goes the runner, and she's going to get back to first. Smith didn't get a very far way towards second base. Forster made a good throw, and Smith had to get back to first. 1-0 the count. Squaring again is Moen. She gets it down. Troba gloves it, throws to first in time. Hodgins there. But again, Defiance is able to move the runner into scoring position. That'll send Annika Kraft to the plate. A scoring chance for the Yellow Jackets as Kugler drifts over into left center. Another bunt. Troba charges. Close play. Got her. Just in time. But again, the runner moves another 60 feet forward. Troba's come in and fielded both these bunts. We'll give you another look at this one on our Indiana Tech Warrior replay. She charged in quick. Did she get it in time? Close play. I think she's out. Here's Morgan Scott. Out ahead in the count, 1-0. Inning started with a walk to Smith. She's now on third. On the ground, did that go over the bag? Apparently not. That was close. If that ball hit fair and then went over the bag, it would have been a fair ball. Looks like it did not. Looks like it actually bounced on the third base line. Just checking the replay as this pitch misses upstairs. 2-1 the count. Yeah, let's show you the replay. Yeah, I think that ball does stay to the left of the bag, so that's a good call. That's off the plate. 3-1 the count. Walter has struggled to find the strike zone. The Defiance hitters have put the ball in play via the bunt. Emma Lynn is on deck. Ball 4. There's no action in the Warriors' pen, and Carly Walter has pitched fairly well this season. Just a 3.71 ERA, 43 strikeouts, 29 walks. She's pitched 79 and a third innings. But right now she's in a bit of a jam. 2 outs here in the third. Emma Lynn is the batter. That one just catches the corner. One on the way, that's well outside. Swing and a miss. Got her to chase. Little off-speed pitch on the inside. 1-2 the count. Runners on first and third for Defiance. Emma Lynn 0 for 1 so far in this game. Walter tried to catch the corner there, but just missed inside. 2-2. Stephanie Zimney is going to come out and have a little word with Walter. Well, I've talked about how the Defiance pitchers have struggled to find the strike zone. Walter has had a similar problem here in the third inning. 2 of the hitters that have been up have made contact via the bunt. Warriors have gotten the outs when that has happened. But it did allow Ariana Smith to advance to third after she reached first via a walk. 2-2 the count here on Lynn. Foul and out of play. On the ground, Walters got it. She'll throw to first. Inning over. Defiance threatens, but the Warriors keep them off the board. And we'll go to the bottom of the third when we return on this broadcast of Warriors softball.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
Rhiannon McKay is the leadoff hitter here in inning number 3 for Indiana Tech. Defiance got runners to first and second in the top of the third. Indiana Tech was able to hold them off. McKay has walked in her only at-bat of the game so far. She eventually got thrown out at the plate that same at-bat. Swing and a miss there, 0-2. She's hitting .333 on the year. The 0-2 on the way, and that's upstairs. McKay, Walter, and Davis due up as McKay swings and misses for out number 1. Carly Walter has produced the Warriors' first run of the game, an RBI single back in the first inning. That was the Warriors' first hit of the game. As that pitch misses upstairs. Flared into shallow center. That's going to hang up there, and it's caught by Avery Rover. Well, Allison Davis will come to the plate. She did get a hit her last time up. That was with runners on first and second. They sent McKay home, and she was tagged out at the plate. Davis still got the hit, but she did not get the RBI. First pitch is a strike. Davis batting .320 on the season. She's got 5 RBIs. And that's sent foul toward the dugout. Off the plate. And that 1-2 is in the dirt. Again, that's figuratively speaking, because Indiana Tech plays on artificial turf for softball. In baseball, they play on real grass. Popped him up left side. That's Moen who's there to make the catch. 1-2-3 go the Warriors, and we go to the 4th inning when we return on this broadcast of Warriors softball.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
Top of the 4th here at Warrior Park. Indiana Tech leads 2-0 over Defiance. It'll be Kaylee Heath, Anna Emsweiler, and Devin Hamilton coming to the plate for Defiance here in the 4th. Defiance has gotten a runner on base every inning. So far, Indiana Tech has been able to keep them off the board. As that first pitch misses off the plate. We've seen Walter struggle to throw strikes lately. No action in the bullpen right now for Indiana Tech. Fly ball well hit left field. Caught! Kirsten Delaney makes the catch. Running in to make the play for out number 1. That ball looked like it was going to get down in front of Delaney, but it hung up there, and Delaney's able to make the catch. Here's another look at the play. Our Indiana Tech Warrior replay. Delaney able to run pretty close to the line. Had to cover a good bit of ground there, and she makes the catch. Anna Emsweiler, the batter, she takes upstairs. Well, again, Walter ahead in the count, or behind in the count, rather, this time at 2-0. That's off the plate. Again, that looked pretty good, and now there is some action in the pen. The 3-0 is called a strike. The pitcher warming up is Mallory Stinson, the freshman out of Indianapolis. 3-1 on the way. It's popped up. Forster back. Makes a little basket catch to get out number 2. Well, again, Walter struggling to find the strike zone on that at bat, but this time her defense has been able to make the plays as Devin Hamilton comes up. She takes that on the corner for a called strike. Take a look at the replay of this last catch. You know, it's not easy to track a fly ball over your head. You know, we call these pop-ups routine, but Forster had to track that ball over her shoulder in order to make the catch. But she did it, and she made the play. 1-1 the count here on Hamilton. That one misses outside. 2-1 the count on Hamilton. Avery Rover on deck, and that's going to be called a strike. It looked upstairs. Hamilton seemed to back away even as the pitch was thrown. Up and away. Count runs full. Carly Walters got 2 strikeouts so far in this game. Right now, trying to keep Defiance off the bases, but that won't happen on this pitch. A walk to Hamilton. And Avery Rover will come up. Warriors have not had a 1-2-3 inning defensively. We'll see. We might get a pinch hit here. Nope, courtesy runner. And I think that's Emma Rogers who is about to come out of the dugout to run for Hamilton. Hamilton is the first baseman here in game number 2. And now she's going back to the bag. We're going to have a pinch hitter, not a courtesy runner. This is Emma Rogers. Batting in the spot once occupied by Avery Rover. As I recall, Rogers did not get to bat in game number 1. She started as the pitcher and then came on to started as the second baseman and came on to pitch in relief. On the ground, going to be a tough play. Troba charges, no throw. Everybody's safe. It's going to be an infield single for Rogers. It's the first hit of the game for Defiance. And they've got runners at first and second with Ariana Smith at the plate. She walked her last time up, got all the way to third base on a couple of bunts. Swing and a miss. The throw down to first, not in time. Time called by Rogers as she gets back up. That's off the plate. Downstairs, Walter trying to find the strike zone and get the final out of this fourth inning. And again, the Warriors do have action in the pen. As Mallory Stinson continues to warm. That's up high. Ball 4. And the bases are loaded. Defiance put runners on first and third in the third inning. They've loaded them up here in the fourth as Allie Moen, the leadoff hitter, comes to the plate. And it will be Walter who tries to finish off this inning. No place to put her as the first pitch misses outside with a ball. That one does catch the inside corner. But Walter has struggled to find the strike zone over the course of this ball game. She got the first hitter, Kaylee Heath, to fly out to left. Second hitter, Anna Emsweiler, to pop out to the catcher, Forster. She's behind in this count, 2-1. Fly ball, center field. Kugler tracks it down. And again, the Warriors are unscathed coming out of the fourth. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth. 2-0 Tech. This broadcast is brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, at this point, this catch by Kaylee Kugler is the play of the game. Well hit fly ball, and Kugler didn't have to do anything fancy. She just tracked it over her shoulder and made the catch. And that keeps it a 2-0 lead in Indiana Tech's favor. Shuts down Defiance in the fourth with the bases loaded. First pitch swinging, Taylor Hodgen out to left field. Down in front of the track. And Taylor Hodgen with a leadoff double to start off the bottom of the fourth. The number 7 hitter comes up with a double. And immediately the Warriors have a runner in scoring position for Carly Basham.
Up for the Warriors, number 10, Carly Basham.
Carly Basham with that 2-run single with the bases loaded in game number 1 made it 6-0 Warriors at the time. Right now she's got a runner camped out at second trying to cash in. Indiana Tech has had some missed opportunities here in game number 2. 2 runners gunned down at the plate. And, you're going to have your ground outs with runners at third, but they've had 2 runners thrown out at the plate, once on a bunt right back to the mound. And once when Rhiannon McKay was sent home after she had gotten from second to third on a line drive the other way. Actually, it was more of a bouncing ball the other way off the bat of Allison Davis. And McKay was gunned down at home. Basham shows bunt. Hodgen got a ways off the bag. She'll get back to second. They say that Basham got the bat back. And it's 2-1. 2-1, I should say. Basham hitting .364 on the season coming into this game. She squares again. And that time she did not get it back. Basham struck out her last time up. Swing and a miss. She strikes out again. Kind of a late swing. And there's one down with a runner on third for the Warriors. That'll send up Kaylee Kugler.
Up for the Warriors, number 4, Kaylee Kugler.
That apparently missed downstairs, 1-0. Kugler was hit by a pitcher last time up, and she was the one that made the play out in center field to keep it a 2-0 lead. Kugler squares and bunts it off. Bunts it foul. Seemed like she was kind of late squaring up. Mary Troba in the on-deck circle. One delivery. Up and in. 2-1. Can Kugler get a board for the top of the order? Of course, she's probably thinking, I got a chance to get a run home from second. She can do that with a base hit, but she drops down the bunt. It is fair. That will get the runner to second. Close play. They got her. Should say get the runner to third. With 2 outs, the Warriors have a runner at third for Mary Troba.
Up for the Warriors, number 19, Mary Troba.
Well, Troba reached on an error, made it all the way to third, but was gunned down at the plate. On a sacrifice bunt, she slaps that one into left field, and that's down. It caught Hughes off guard, and Troba making the turn for third, and she's got a triple. Mary Troba comes through with the RBI hit, and they might just call that a hit plus a single plus an extra 2 bases. We'll see how they score it in the book later on. It's definitely a hit. We know that much. A hit and an RBI for Troba. See what kind of hit they score it as, though. Here's Brock. It's been ruled as a triple by Troba. She did get all the way to third, and I'm not sure if the ball just took kind of a awkward skip, and that's how it went past Hughes in left field. Well, either way, Troba gets the RBI triple, and then Brock pops out to shortstop to end the fourth. But another run for the Warriors. They lead at 3-0 as we go to the fifth on this broadcast of Warrior Softball.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
Well, Mary Troba providing the insurance for Indiana Tech as she triples home a run. We'll show you the replay right here. Now watch what happens when this ball lands. Just takes perhaps an awkward hop past Haley Hughes, and it turns a single into a triple as Troba goes all the way to third. It was already an RBI. She got the run home. And Indiana Tech gets a 3-0 lead going into the fifth. I'm not sure if we don't have some changes to the batting order here. The hitter right now is Annika Kraft. She's the scheduled hitter. She's scheduled to be followed by Morgan Scott and Emma Lynn. So we'll see who comes to the plate here in this fifth inning for Defiance. I do believe Indiana Tech's most recent games were against the Grand Rapids schools. They were on the road against Cornerstone and Aquinas. They split with Cornerstone and then swept Aquinas, winning 5-0 in Game 1 and 8-5 in Game 2. That pitch is down and away. A 2-0 count on Annika Kraft. She's reached on an error and also had a fielder's choice today. (2-0) on the way, and that is, that was a good-looking pitch. Not so sure where that one missed. Downstairs, ball 4, and this has been a problem for Walter here throughout this game. She's struggled to find the strike zone as Morgan Scott will come to the plate with a runner on first and nobody out for Defiance here in the fifth. Well, it seems like that pitch has been called a strike before today. That time it was called a ball. 1-0 the count on Scott. She's walked twice in this game. Fly ball well hit to left field. Long run. And it's going to be down for a base hit. Kraft got hung up waiting to see if the ball landed. She only advances one base. So in the end, it's a single for Scott and nobody out here in the fifth as Emma Lynn comes to the plate. Defiance has threatened every inning so far. She squares to bunt, gets it down, but it's foul. That's Delaney who's playing out in left field, and the ball, she got caught in a tough spot trying to track down the ball. Ended up having to turn and couldn't quite make the catch. 0-1 the count. The corner infielders are in. Lynn squares again, gets it down. Throw's going to come to first. Hodgen got her foot on the bag, and there's out number one, but both runners advance. Stinson's not warming up in the pen anymore. She had been earlier this game. First pitch swinging, base hit. Kaylee Heath with a knock, and that's all the way to the wall. 2 runs are in. A 2-run double for Heath. And it's 3-2 here in game number 2, and Defiance has the tying run in scoring position. Time called. Well, Carly Walter has struggled to throw strikes throughout this game. Here in this 5th inning, Defiance has gotten to her. They got some crucial insurance there in the bottom of the 4th, but Defiance with 2 big runs here in the 5th off that double by Kaylee Heath. Anna Emsweiler will come to the plate with a chance to tie the game. She could tie it with a hit, give them the lead with a home run as she fouls off that first pitch. Indiana Tech's got a big doubleheader tomorrow against Madonna. They've taken care of Defiance in game number 1, but trying to close things out in game number 2 has not proven to be easy. Defiance is second to last in the WAC conference. Indiana Tech second place in the conference. On the ground towards short, Brock gets there, throws to first, and they'll get the out there. But that ground ball moves Heath over to third. Devin Hamilton will come to the plate looking to tie the game with a base hit. That one misses downstairs. 1-0 the count to start out with Hamilton. If she gets on base, I believe that's Emma Rogers who would hit next. Nope, check that. It's Avery Rover. Rogers pinch hit for Rover earlier this game. Walter upstairs. 2-0 the count on Devin Hamilton. Here's the 2-0 delivery from Walter. And that is off the plate. That's called a strike. Hamilton may have been taken all the way there with the 3-0 count. Swing and a miss. What a crucial strike that was for Walter. Gets it to a full count. Already 2 runs across for Defiance here in this 5th inning. They've made it a 1-run game. Ball 4. Well, now Avery Rover, who was pinch hit for last time around, comes to the plate, and she'll look to make this a tie game or perhaps give Defiance the lead. An extra base hit would likely put Defiance in front. That's on the corner for a called strike. Walter's been able to go deep into games this year, but today she struggled to find the strike zone. She found the strike zone on that last pitch to Rover. That one almost hits her. Forster looking the runners, and they stay put. Way outside. It's a good thing that Forster throws left-handed. If she were throwing right-handed, she'd have to reach a long way with the left hand to try and catch that pitch. Zimney coming out to the mound. She doesn't have anybody warming up in the bullpen, and it's already a 2-1 count. She might be informing Walter about her pitch count. So in all likelihood, we're probably going to see Walter finish off this at bat. And at that point, that might be the end of the day for her. We'll see what happens. Indiana Tech has a run in the first, a run in the second, a run in the fourth. Defiance has both of their runs here in the fifth. They've scored in all 3 innings they've reached base in all 3 innings. All 5 innings, rather. Two and 1 the count on Avery Rover. Swing and a miss. Again, another huge strike for Walter. Forster's her catcher. Popped him up, and that's going out of play. And we're thankful we've got a roof over our heads. That landed right on top of the press box. The 2-2 popped him up, and that's going to climb out of play. Right on the roof of the dugout that time. Umpire calls for a few more softballs. The good news is the players are retrieving these balls. It's not like Major League Baseball where you've got to run a long way just to get out of the ballpark. Swing and a miss. Huge strikeout for Walter. But the damage is done. Defiance gets 2 runs. The Warriors' lead is now 1. 3-2 as we go to the 6th on this broadcast of Warrior Softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Three to 2, Indiana Tech leads Defiance as Kirsten Delaney will lead things off here in the bottom of the 5th. Defiance got 2 runs in the top of the 5th. They had gotten runners on base in all 5 innings so far. And Delaney will try to help the Warriors as they look to get some insurance here in the bottom of the 5th. Right now trying to get somebody on base to start the inning. Delaney with a first pitch swing, and she pops it out to third. Kaylee Heath right there to make the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out here in the 5th. That'll send up Rhiannon McKay. McKay 0 for 1. She has struck out and also walked. She swings at the first pitch. That's in play. And that's going to be caught as well. Annika Kraft moves over from the mound to make the catch.
Number 14, Carly Walter.
That'll send Carly Walter to the plate with 2 down. 2 pitches, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th so far. It will not be a 3-pitch inning as Walter takes upstairs. Walter's pitched all 5 innings, only given up the 2 runs. But she has not been able to throw a lot of strikes today. There's a strike thrown by Annika Kraft. If Walter were to get on, Allison Davis would be next up for Indiana Tech. That one bent back in, called strike 2. Warriors have a big doubleheader on the road against Madonna tomorrow. But right now they got to focus on the task at hand. They already took care of Defiance in game number 1. Can they finish off game number 2? That slap foul. Walter able to stay alive. Walter has an RBI single in this game. That was back in the first inning. Fly ball the other way. That's playable. And it's going to be caught out in right field by Emma Lynn to end the 5th. 1, 2, 3 go the Warriors. We'll go to the 6th when we return. You're watching Warriors softball on this broadcast brought to you by SummitCitySports.com.
Want to know the difference between dreaming and doing? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and see what it's like to be a Warrior. Want to know what it means to be a Warrior? Yeah, pretty much everything. Visit Indiana Tech and walk a mile in a Warrior's shoes.
It's a 3-2 lead for Indiana Tech. Carly Walter goes back out there. This will be her 6th inning of work. She's given up just 2 runs so far, but Defiance has gotten runners on base every inning. And the walks have been a problem, and more missing the strike zone has been a problem for Walter here in this game so far. Six walks today for Walter as we start the 6th inning. Ariana Smith leads it off, and she takes a first pitch strike. It's Smith, Moen, and Kraft. Bottom of the order, turning over to the top of the order here in the 6th. Did she go? They're going to appeal. She did not. It's going to be ball 1. The 1-1 on the way to Smith, and she swung right underneath that one. 1-2 the count. Swing and a miss. That's a huge strikeout to start the 6th. That'll send up Moen. Defiance has put runners on base every inning so far. But Walter starts the 6th off with a strikeout and starts this at bat with a strike to Moen. Allie Moen technically 0 for 3. She struck out and flied out to center. The pitch on the way, and that's way outside. Upstairs, 2-1. Yellow Jackets got 2 runs in the top of the 5th as this one is flared down the line, but foul. That's a long run out in right field for Troba. She makes the move back out to right. She had started this game at third base. Haley Pruitt is now at third. That's where Troba had started this game. Pruitt did not start this game for Indiana Tech. You'd think she'll probably go into the batting order in the spot once occupied by Rhiannon McKay, who was the designated player. Full count here on Moen. Indiana Tech baseball, meanwhile, trails 7-2 to UNOH. That would be game number 2. Did that hit the bat? That sounded like it. Yeah, that hit the bat. That's a foul ball. That's a big break for Indiana Tech. That pitch was looking like ball 4 or maybe a hit batter. But instead, one more pitch at least coming to Moen. On the ground. Past Pruitt. Brock throws. Close play in time. Bang, bang play, and Bella Brock makes the throw from third. From short, rather. Two outs here in the 6th. This is Annika Kraft. As that's down and away. Well, with that last pitch, we'll take a look at this play by Bella Brock. This was a close play. It goes past Pruitt. Brock stays with it. And how about Pruitt ducking right under the throw? And Brock makes it just in time. Count, meanwhile, is 1-1 on Annika Kraft. Slapped the other way and caught by Bella Brock. 2 huge defensive plays by Brock in the 6th. And for the first time in this second game, Defiance goes 1-2-3. And we'll come back for the bottom of the 6th after this break.
Tech goes by many names. Business, fine art, forensic science. Some think it's just technical. But really, tech means everything. Scholarships, internships, championships. It's professors who make time for you one-on-one. It's putting everything on the line. It can be fierce. It can be fascinating. It can be awesome. Most important, it's believing in yourself and what you have to offer the world. Because at Indiana Tech, Warriors are prepared to lead a significant life.
Well, here's Allison Davis to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th for Indiana Tech. It's Davis, Hodgen, and Basham coming to the plate as Davis takes a strike on the corner. Davis is 1 for 2 as she slaps this one the other way. That's foul, and it drops harmlessly. Now that single happened in the first inning with runners on first and second. They sent Rhiannon McKay home, and McKay was tagged out at the plate. That's twice this game that Indiana Tech has had someone tagged out on their way home. Oh, way outside. Well hit fly ball into left field. Caught! Reaching over her shoulder is Haley Hughes. Well, that'll send up Taylor Hodgen, who doubled her last time up and came around to score on a triple by Mary Troba. Melissa Cabrera has grabbed a bat, so she'll bat next in the spot that once was occupied by Carly Basham. First pitch misses outside. Did she go? It's called a strike, no appeal. Swing and a miss. That ball in the dirt. It is strike 2, though. Indiana Tech looking to get some insurance this inning. Looked like they'd have somebody on base on Davis's fly ball, but Hughes tracked it down in left field. That's well hit into center field. Base hit. Taylor Hodgen is aboard again. Well, Indiana Tech had 4 hits in game number 1. They've got 5 here in game number 2. So they've out-hit themselves between game 2 and game 1. As Stephanie Zimney gives the change to the home plate umpire, this is Melissa Cabrera batting in the 8 spot. Spot that once was occupied by Carly Basham. Started this game in right field. Haley Pruitt has also grabbed a bat. She'll bat in Kaylee Kugler's spot. Swing and a miss as that pitch tailed away. 0-1 the count. That's right in there for a called strike. Oops, not a strikeout, just strike number 2. The 0-2 on the way, and that one misses outside. Indiana Tech trying to get a little insurance here in the 6th before they send the defense back out there in the 7th. Bounced foul by Cabrera. Defiance has not quit. They've battled in this game, gotten runners on base in every inning except the 6th. Both runs they have so far came in the 5th. That's bounced foul past third. Good battle being put together here by Melissa Cabrera. Again, she's batting in the spot that Carly Basham once occupied. Did she get a piece of that one? Apparently so. Didn't look like she got a piece of it at first, but the umpire says she did. So Cabrera stays alive for one more pitch. Swing and a miss. Kraft battles back to get the strikeout, and we've got 2 down here in the 6th. Kaylee Kugler coming to the plate in a pinch-hitting spot. Haley Pruitt batting in Kugler's spot. She goes the other way, but it's caught by Hamilton at first. Well, that will end the 6th inning. We'll go to the 7th. Indiana Tech with the lead, looking to keep it a 3-2 game, and it looks like Walter going back on the mound when we come back.
From the first day, I felt very welcome at Indiana Tech.
I just really enjoy the classes and the vibe I get from all the other athletes and just the students here. Everybody's cool and everybody gets along really well.
I'm currently a senior, and since my freshman year, student life activities have really grown throughout campus, and there's so many ways that you can meet new people. You can go bowling, you can watch movies, and it's just really important to get involved on campus.
We have intramurals, anything from billiards to basketball. It's made student life very enjoyable.
I love Fort Wayne because there's always something going on, like festivals. I walk a bunch of the trails here locally. There's great restaurants. There's always something fun to do. You can never be bored here in Fort Wayne.
The school spirit at Indiana Tech is epic. It's everything. We had our first annual hockey game not too long ago. Everybody showed up, face paint, cowbells, Trojan hats, lawn gnomes. It was amazing. It makes it so worthwhile to be a Warrior. Go Warriors.
Three to 2 in favor of Indiana Tech. They got game 1. Game 2 hasn't been quite so easy, but the Warriors with the lead. Walter's first pitch misses outside. Morgan Scott is the batter for Defiance. Defiance has gotten runners on base every inning except for the 6th. They went 1-2-3 in that inning. They got both their runs in the 5th. So that pitch misses inside. It was a strikeout to start the 6th, then a ground out to short. Bella Brock made the close play, and then Brock caught the line out. Bounced foul off the foot of Scott. Scott will try to walk it off. Jordan Osborne checking on her. Here's the 2-1 from Walter, and that one missed high. Popped him up. Brock ranging in. She's got it. The Warriors retire the first batter they see here in the 7th. And here comes Emma Lynn. She put down a sac bunt her last time up. Swing and a miss at the first pitch she sees. Here's the 0-1. Sent foul, 1-2. Hit the net just over top of that pitch camera. The 0-2 on its way, out of play. Lynn keeps things alive for another pitch. Did not offer, 1-2. Popped up, out of play again. Emma Lynn putting together a good battle. Walter just got Morgan Scott to pop out to short. On the ground, foul again. Right past Osborne. Morgan Osborne, the head coach at Defiance, second-year head coach. On the ground, foul again. Pruitt gloved it in foul territory. Continues. Emma Lynn has fought off several pitches this at bat, trying to get the tying run aboard. And she fouls off another one. Popped up again. Emma Lynn not going down without a fight. Line drive, base hit. The battle pays off, and Lynn is aboard. She represents the tying run. And that will send Kaylee Heath to the plate. She's already driven in 2 runs. That was a 2-run double back in the 5th. That one apparently just caught the corner. We've seen some pitches close to that spot that have not been called strikes. That one is called a strike. 0-1 the count. Hannah Emsweiler is on deck. Off the plate. Defiance only has 1 conference win this year. They're 8-23 overall. Well, 8-24 counting game 1 of today's doubleheader. Missed outside. 2-1 the count. Upstairs, 3-1. Walter has struggled to find the strike zone. Now she got Emma Lynn into a 1-2 count. It's just Lynn kept fighting off pitches one after another and eventually singled her way to first. That's called a strike. Looked off the plate from here, but Walter gets the call, and it's a full count. Slap the other way, and that is going to land foul. And despite her efforts, Troba could not make the catch. It's really the best thing to do in that part of the field. She's so close to the fence. If you're going to slide for a catch, the only way to do it is feet first. 3-2 the count on Heath. She had a 2-run single her last time up. Native of Elk Grove, California. She slaps it foul again. The Warriors have several players from California, including Savannah Bravo, who was on the mound in Game 1. Bella Brock, who's over at short, she's a California native. But we saw Lynn put together a good battle when she was at the plate. Heath doing the same thing here. Here's the 3-2. On the ground, foul again, out of the reach of Pruitt. Three and two. Line drive, but caught. It hung in the air for quite some time, and Brock makes the catch. I called it a line drive. It was more like a short pop. Anna Emsweiler, the batter. Last chance for Defiance. She takes a called strike on the corner. Indiana Tech took game one 8-0 in 5 innings. Now trying to hold off Defiance in the top of the 7th. 3-2 the score. That's off the plate. On the inside corner, 1-2. On the ground. Past Brock, it's a base hit. I believe that's 5 hits this game for Defiance. And Emsweiler keeps hope alive for the Yellow Jackets as Devin Hamilton will come to the plate. Hamilton has walked twice and grounded out back to the mound. The tying run is at second, swing and a miss on pitch number 1. Go-ahead run is at first. The 0-1 is off the plate. Pop fly into center. It is caught. Kaylee Kugler makes the catch to end it. And the Warriors complete a sweep against Defiance. The Indiana Tech Warriors go to 12-2 in WAC conference play. With this sweep of Defiance, they'll go on the road to play Madonna tomorrow in Livonia, Michigan. Well, it seemed like Bella Brock was somebody who made quite a few big plays defensively, also came up with a run-producing ground ball, run-producing fielder's choice. Bella Brock with several key plays, especially late in this game, to help the Warriors get the win. Bella Brock is going to be your Parkview Sports Medicine player of the game. The Warriors get the sweep over Defiance, and that's going to do it from here at Warrior Park. For my cameraman, Jaden Evans, this is Thad Goff saying so long from Warrior Park in Fort Wayne, Indiana. You've been watching Indiana Tech Softball, brought to you by SummitCitySports.com. Again, the Warriors sweep Defiance. 8-0 in Game 1, 3-2 in Game 2. So long, everybody.